very good afternoon to everybody, and yes, thanks for joining us on our sunset safari. As you can see, we are just looking at a beautiful torchwood tree, and just to see if there's any birds flying around here. But as you can see in the background, it is a beautiful afternoon here at the Djuma Private Game Reserve in Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me on Rusty, we've got Odie. So thanks for joining. So I'm going to sit here. I'm just trying to look in this beautiful, we call it a balanites, and we're just taking a look if we can find any little birds around here. As you know, we are busy with our ranger race this afternoon once again, and it's a continuation of the ranger race. But of course, first of all, joining us on this afternoon's drive on Wendy is going to be Lauren and Gert. Up there in the northwest in Madikwe, we've got Trishala and Lloyd. Down in Pridelands, Liam and BK, or actually up in Pridelands, Liam and BK. And down in the Eastern Cape, Ralph and Morgan at Amakhala. Alright, so as you can see, it's a live and interactive show. So if you've got any comments or questions you want to send through to us, please do so. If you're watching on the WildEarth app or website, make sure that you do register so you can send them through. Alright, so the leaderboard so far with the ranger race, this is how it goes. Cedric, that's me of course. I've got 22 different species that I've seen so far on our last few drives on the ranger race. Lauren is leading at the moment. She's got 32. Ralph, 14. Well, Ralph had quite a late start there at Amakhala down in the Eastern Cape. They had a rain for her last few drives, but a good catch up there. Trishala in Madikwe, she's got 17. And alright, and I'm going to continue with this. And Liam has got 16. Oh, what do you have there? What was it? Did you have something, Odie? Oh, there it was flying. What was it? Like a chagra? Looked like a chagra. Oh no, I missed that one. Oh well, anyway, let's go and over to Ralph in Amakhala. I think he's got a new species that he wants to add to the list.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. Welcome to the Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape province, where it's still blustery, windy, chilly and cold. But we've got our first animal for the drive. It is indeed a warthog. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Morgan. Yes, that is his thumb. Now, let's go back to these guys who are the most important part of our drive. And we've got a second species just up in the tree, and there's another one that's just landed down a little bit lower. There's a Cape Glossy Starling. So a nice little family group of warthogs. That was a mommy and 4 piglets who have gotten to an age where they will most likely survive unless they get eaten by lions. And it is, as I said, very windy, so a lot of the animals I think are hiding up in the thickets. So that's exactly where we're gonna bumble around and do some birding. We'll get our numbers up because we're a day behind everybody and we are the losers currently. So we're gonna try and get up in that leaderboard. That is the intention. Clouds are starting to come over and the sun is disappearing. So everything's against us, but I like a challenge, and so does Morgan. So challenge accepted. We are going to go forth and wreak havoc. The other guys, they need to watch their tails because we're coming. What other birds? There are some flitting around, but as soon as they fly up, the wind blows them away. So it's difficult even to see what species we're looking at. Is that some more glossy starlings off in the distance? It is indeed. Just having a scan around here in the thickets. Linda Poley, hello and welcome aboard with us once again on the largest game drive in the world. Lovely to have you with us. Right. Is there anything else alive within these bushes that is not hanging on for dear life? The wind has been blustering at about 50 kilometers an hour, between that and 80 kilometers an hour or so. And I'm going to throw you up into the wind and head you off in an easterly direction, northeasterly direction, all the way to Lauren.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Djuma team. This is Team Wendy, and we have a water monitor lizard, a new species for our list. Yes! This is actually the one with the injured tail, and we've seen it before, so good to know it's still alive. Hopefully that tail is healing, and it's going to be okay. But I've got my competitive mode on. Yes, I'm ready to win this competition, but good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren. Chet is behind the camera. We're both Libras. We're both on this. We're going to see how many species we can find today. And we probably will pop into the hyena den. Let's not lie. We probably will do that. But I was looking for some terrapins. We had a terrapin this morning, but we didn't manage to get it on camera. But I don't see any. I think the terrapins are well and truly swimming, having a great time inside the dam. But I actually know of another place that is quite easy to spot the terrapins, so we're going to head down that side. But today I'm going to try and channel my inner insect. I would really like to put some insects on camera, because they are, of course, species too. Alice, you're saying good morning, WildEarth. My goodness. It must be morning time where you are, somewhere in the US. Well, good morning to you, good afternoon to us. It's a great start. I can feel the energy is getting a little bit more competitive. Why not? Definitely not for these guys. Oh, the life of a monitor lizard. Seems too easy. But I think if we can keep focusing on birds and insects, we're going to manage to increase that list quite a bit. Got some mammals that we also need to put on the list too, but one of them is spotty and being really elusive. But we shall try, both Cedric and I, we shall try. But I think on that note, let's get started. I'm going to go to my little insect puddle. Dark Mane Lover, good afternoon. Always good to hear you are on board with us. Well, Wendy's not quite ready for the challenge, but don't worry. There we go, she'll get there. So yes, good afternoon, Dark Mane Lover. I'm sure you would love some lions. We got really lucky with the Nkohumas last night. Although it was dark, it was really good to see them. Briefly see them, and of course they made their way out of Djuma quite rapidly. But we're going to continue our bumble and hopefully find some insects.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Alright, so I think it's gone now. Alright, 20 flanked a prinium. Alright, thank you. That's another one. Boom. See, just go down this road very slowly. Sometimes, oh no, so we got wax balls, don't worry. I'm like a twitcher now. Yeah, I'm almost like a twitcher. Alright, let's see what else we can find down here. Alright, let's see. Even the LBJs, so the little brown jobs, you know, they can become quite tricky, and you can always just, you know, miss them completely, because you know it becomes quite a bit of a challenge to really identify them. But that's what's nice. That part is nice, that challenge. So if you see a little brown bird, it's going to challenge you to see exactly what species. So something like a termite mound.
Well, good afternoon to every last one of you, and welcome to another wonderful afternoon on safari, coming to you very much live from Pridelands, Eco Training's property just outside the town of Hoedspruit. Sorry, fiddling with my mic a little bit there. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the naturalist here in the driver's seat. Man behind the lens, as ever, the highly talented BK Uhuru. Kicking off this afternoon's wildlife adventure, we've got a couple of plains zebra. I'm not really keen for their close-up. We won't hassle them too much. We did try and approach them, and they made it very clear they wanted nothing to do with us. We won't take it personally, and we will shortly be carrying on our missions. Nice, always cool to have an opportunity to see zebra out here. Again, this is not always the best spot for them. But with no further ado, let's crack on. Well, thanks for joining us there, Reese. Great to have you on board. It promises to be a good one. A man of many talents. BK has installed a very spiffy monitor for me here, so I can finally see what the camera is doing. It might not seem like a very important thing, but it can really, really help. Cool. Well, let's check in with Lauren, see what she's up to while BK and I crack on here.
So this jackal is being probably a little bit more protective than looking for an eagle for its food, which is very, very interesting. This is something I've never seen before. But looking at it closely now, it looks to be a tawny eagle by the fact that the gape on the mouth doesn't extend past the eye. But needless to say, it is an eagle. It's landed on the ground. Bat-eared foxes, being in the area denning, choose their den sites very specifically for food resource, being harvested termites. So there's a good chance the tawny eagle, or the eagle itself, is walking around trying to snatch up some food in the form of insects, and the jackal is having none of it. Snazzy, that is a very big bird, but if the bird doesn't play his cards right, the jackal could have it, because jackals are very, very quick, very, very fast, and they can bite quite powerfully.
Okay, okie dokie. I haven't got a lilac breasted roller on my list. And there's always a lilac breasted roller that hangs around in this vicinity. It's going to be here somewhere, and I haven't got it on my list. And it's a beautiful bird, that lilac breasted roller. So, well, sometimes it can really blend in, but if it just sits nicely on an open clearing for us, we will get to see it somewhere. Yeah, birdie, birdie, birdie. Birdie, birdie. We did have female leopard tracks on this western road, on the western side of Juma. I'm sure it's Shudulu that's only female that really hangs in this area. So, and I know Aubrey was also trying to track her. It's a, yeah, it's a, looked like a black fly catcher. Does this go around? I think I saw a greenback petilia there. Oh, that's a flycatcher again. I've got that. I've got those yellow-fronted canaries, Odie. Oh, there it is. There it is. I found my lilac-breasted roller. Yay! All right, let's get the yellow lilac-breasted roller on. Oh, it's flying away. It's flying away. Oh, come back. Oh, it's going right to the tip there. Yeah. It's a very long distance. All right, we're going to try and get it. All right. Wait, no. What is that? That's a branch. Go to the right. I think to the right. It should be right. Somewhere in this vicinity. Oh, there's nowhere. No. Sorry. Alright, you want me to go rather for more? Oh, there it is in the center. Is it? No, that can't be it. No, I'm seeing things now. Yeah, let's go forward. And let's make life easy. Let's make life easy. Alright, so stick with us for like 1 minute. We will get it. We'll get this lilac-breasted roller. I know it flew somewhere. It's such a beautiful bird and it's so colorful. Oh no, Nadine. Alright, well, let's head over to the birthday boy Liam in Pridelands, as he's got a bird. I had one.
Thanks for the birthday wishes there, guys. A bird we do indeed have. In contrast to the lilac-breasted roller, which I think Cedric just had, or maybe thought he had, I'm not quite sure. This is a purple roller. It looks outwardly perhaps a little bit more drab, but it is wonderfully coated in these lovely streaked purple breast feathers, and then sort of greyish / purplish wings, and that lovely white eyebrow. Yeah, a resident throughout this wooded savanna, though fairly uncommonly seen. I think in a lot of cases they are outcompeted by the far more common lilac-breasted roller. Yeah, always nice to catch these guys occasionally. During our summer we're also sort of the welcome spot for the European roller, which makes a migration all the way down from parts of southern Spain. And in certain parts of the Sabi Sand you can also see the broad-billed roller. I've seen them on the fence line down in the south, around Lion Sands, Sabi, those sort of areas. So yeah, nice bit of roller diversity. We did actually stop here for a couple of giraffe, but they were feeling uncooperative, a bit like the zebs, and they pulled into the thicket. But that is all good. These purple rollers are cavity nesters. So they like to nest in hollows in trees and hollowed out telephone poles especially. To those of you who are wishing me happy birthday online, thanks a million for that. 31 years young. I don't know. I said to BK a little bit earlier, I'm starting to feel a little bit like that Ezelwini bull, slightly long in the tooth. If you'll excuse the pun.
Are you yearning for a private virtual WildEarth safari adventure with our naturalists and crew? We have got you covered. Sign up to be an explorer before the 15th of August and you could win a private safari experience. Make lifelong wildlife memories with either Steve
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
or Cedric. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Hello everyone, good afternoon from Madikwe Game Reserve. We're watching a red-billed hornbill, a snack in a nice rhino midden. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala, defrosted and ready for the afternoon, and I've got Lloyd on camera with me. Are you sufficiently defrosted, Lloyd?
I feel so much better.
We are excited. We're on one of our favorite roads. Starling has decided to leave. Oh, there it's back on the other. We're one of our favorite roads. It's called Makgakeng Road. And it kind of hugs this mountain range. Oh, I'm very sorry if you were experiencing some picture breakup there. Maybe you're just excited. I'm to have that effect on the signal and the picture. So this road, there's at least there's a number of what were once water holes when there is rain, but now they're just kind of dried up pans. And we seem to have some really nice sightings on this road. It's also the road that's near the Bat Cave. So we're trying to clock in as many species as we can. It's also one of those roads that are kind of open. So it's a bit too dense. For one, it makes it difficult for us to actually see. But it also for animal movements, and there's lots of sickle bush here, which makes it difficult for the animals to move. So roads are much nicer. Oh, lovely Nadine, please can I have that comment again? I didn't catch the name of that viewer. But it's lovely to see you, even though I can't see you. It's lovely to see you in my mind. Dream Wild. There we go. Dream Wild. Very, very happy to be here with you all too. So this red-billed hornbill that we're looking at is a male. Can you see that kind of blackened section in the lower mandibles, part of the beak? The black patch, or kind of darkened patch, quite close to the mouth. That's what we usually see in males. Just pull up my binos, because I think that its mate, yes, its mate is over on the other side. That'll join maybe in his wonderful dung pile that appears to be very fruitful. Look at him go, moving his beak from side to side, side to side, picking up tiny little invertebrates and then flicking back and tossing it down his throat. Looks like he's having the time of his life. I feel like this is the equivalent of a buffet. You walk around and I suppose you don't shuffle through anything, definitely not dung, but move around and pick whatever you like. Wow, the bush really quiet. It's amazing at this time of day. You know, this kind of peak in the heat. Things get really, really quiet and it's noticeable in the bush. Anyway, let me send you back over to Lauren, see what she's getting up to, and we're going to keep on going on our favorite road.
Well, we did have a lovely butterfly for you all. It has sadly flown off. Can you see the dragonfly, Gert?
Not anymore.
Just at the very eastern side of the pan. It's on a stalk. It's bright red. If you just zoom, I'll be able to point to it. It's somewhere here. There we go. Oh, nice one. Species, I'll need your guys' help. I haven't done dragonflies in so long. I'm wondering if it is a keyhole glider. I'm just not able to pick out the exact details on the wing, but my guess is going to be a keyhole glider. And I think it's going, the red is a male one, so I think it's a male keyhole glider. But any of you insect people, please let me know if I'm wrong, and once I get confirmation, I shall add it to my list. I was hoping for more butterflies, but sadly they fluttered on by. But this is a really good spot to find them, dragonflies and butterflies. So I might just stay here a little bit longer, and then at least I can possibly bump up my species list. Increase the diversity too. I've got my binos out and I'm just scanning every little bit of this water hole. This is the only real place I can think to get insects because the days are, the warmth and the light are so short in winter. that when we do see them, they're just busybodying about. They're really not sort of staying still for very long like they do in summer. So it's not so easy to actually get them on camera. But we're going to try. That's why we've come down here. I'm really struggling to copy you there, FC. I'm just gonna sit here patiently and just hope that more animals come back down. Ah, Emma, bring on the insects. Absolutely, that's my plan. I've got my dragonfly ID book back out again and my butterfly ID book. I'm a bit rusty.
Go forward a little bit.
Oh, I just saw some tree squirrels. I'm hoping that they bound out again. But yes, I got my books ready, Emma, so bring it on. I normally see lots of different dragonflies. I don't know why today it's so quiet here. Ah, there's the tree squirrels up there. Oh, I don't know if I can explain where they are. I can just see them jumping about the bottom of that jackalberry. Okay, I think there's a lot going on here. We just have to focus. So we're going to sit here a little bit longer and send you guys over to Liam.
So the bumble continues for us. Not a whole lot to report right now. Oh, there's a big elephant. So I guess that's what we've got to report. Quite a nice sized bull. Big guy, maybe 25 years of age. Very, very nice. A great high-profile start to this World Ranger Day Sunset Safari. Again, giving our thoughts to the many brave men and women out there that are putting their lives on the line to protect species much like the elephant, the rhino, the pangolin, our lions, and absolutely everything else in the bush, in these precious, precious reserves. Very often extremely dangerous work. They quite literally put their lives in between the animals and people who would come into these areas and potentially try and hurt them. So thank you to all of you rangers out there. Keep up the amazing, amazing work. This Ellie tucking into a Zusiphus, a buffalo thorn tree. Oh no, I speak under correction. It is an Acacia nigrescens. It's a knobthorn. One of the thorniest branches out here. If I was to drive too close past that tree with my bare arm and it was to be hooked by one of those branches, I'd be torn to shreds. Be dripping blood all over the place. So the fact that this chap can tuck into it is pretty phenomenal stuff, I reckon. Not much leaf litter or foliage there to speak of. This chap is much more interested in the cambium layer in the wood though. Thanks, Bruce. Ellie's for sure. Favorite. So yeah, the cambium layer on this knobthorn tree is what holds all the sugar, all the vitamins, all the moisture in the tree. Certainly at this time of the year, the tree is trying to stash its resources in there, and the elephant can smell that good stuff. So he splits the branches, strips the bark, and rolls the limbs between his teeth rather. Cool. Well, as we watch this very intricate display of feeding dexterity by this elephant bull, let's check in with Ralph.
So we've got ourselves a little birdie here, and as I said earlier, it's been quite difficult with all this wind. So we're sticking to the areas that is a little bit sheltered, and we've come across this common fiscal shrike. Well, now I think they just call it the common fiscal, otherwise known as the Jackie Hangman or the Laxman, as they call them in Afrikaans. Now you often find them sitting on thorn trees because they like to go down, catch little insects, and fly back to another branch full of thorns, and often spike them onto said thorns, and they build up like a cachet. And that's the little male, the ones with the biggest cachets, they get the girls. So a very interesting little bird, and another one for our list. We've got a Cape glossy starling just next to us, but we've already got that one on the list. Okay. Ring-necked doves off in the distance, but we can't see them. So we're going to continue on our little way of doing a little zigzag motions through the thickets and looking for small things like these little birds. But as I said, the wind, you can see that guy struggling to hold on to the bush. It's making it difficult not only for the birds but for us to spot them as well. We had a jackal buzzard earlier which got blown away. We had some oryx as well, and they ran away with the wind. So trying times, challenging, but that's good, not a problem for us. We'll keep on going. It's getting darker as the day progresses with clouds, and hopefully we don't get rained out. I'm holding thumbs, but I'm sure as we go further and deeper into the thickets, we'll get a better chance. I want to get some of the sunbirds, a greater double-collared sunbird, maybe even amethyst, and we'll see what else we can find. Lovely little call of this Cape glossy starling. They're rather chirpy birds. One of the birds that call during the day. And a beautiful ring around its eye.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
We are at the bat caves, but no bats in sight. We have some klipspringer instead. Aren't they cute? I think they are adorable. I mean, just as we're sitting here and observing the klipspringer, it gives us an opportunity to see any other movement. And I saw some squirrels jumping about as well. I mean, besides the birds, who knows what else will make an appearance? Look at these two. A lovely little pair. Lloyd, did you hear that? Okay, I'm just going to be quiet for a moment. Thought I heard maybe an elephant. Well, maybe we'll get lucky and they'll make their way through here too. Hello, klipspringer. Right on the rocks. I hope that we'll see them jump around a little bit. Their hooves are incredibly well suited to moving about on rocks. I mean, to me, they look very precarious because they've got downward facing hooves. It makes it look like they're walking tippy toes. Hi, Elka. You say klipspringer? Yes, absolutely. And two of them too. They're definitely giving us a bit of an eye. That golden sheen, we can kind of just see a bit of it. Their fur has a really nice golden sheen, especially with the sunlight catching it. Nadine, I think you are so right. Nadine said to me that they look as if they're thinking, if we don't move, they're not going to see us. Well, look at how well they blend in with the environment, especially with how dry everything is at the moment, and the bush is kind of turned this yellowy brown golden color, very much like the fur of the klipspringer. Their fur is also, each hair is also quite hollow and springy or spongy almost, and it's meant to act, or the theory is that it acts as a shock absorber as they bounce around and jump from rock to rock, or perhaps even if they fall, because their lifestyle means that they're in a position where they could potentially fall and potentially hurt themselves quite badly, as opposed to the lifestyle that many other antelope have. So they've got to have adaptations to make sure that they don't hurt themselves by just existing in the way that they do. Anyway, let me send you back over to Laura, and I'm going to investigate the sound that I'm hearing in the bushes.
We have a guinea fowl butterfly. How wonderful. Very camouflage. I don't know, Gert spotted that one. I would not have seen that from here. You just see the faintest flutter of the wings. And naturally, because the wings are speckled, it just blends into the sand. Beautiful butterfly species though, and have been around the whole time I've been here. Very prevalent in winter. They're sort of like an all year round species. But I do just want to quickly go back to that dragonfly. It was a red-veined dropwing. Sorry, everyone. I realise now. Completely out of practice with my dragonflies. But I can see they've not got that yellow patch on the wing. So you can see the wings are dropped. Oh, why didn't I see that earlier? Red veined dropwing. Confirmed. 2 insect species, not bad. There's waxbills, blue waxbills up there. How lovely. Yeah, you've got them right here. Yes. Oh, no, to the right, to the right. There we go. Not bad. Butterfly, dragonfly, and waxbill. They look very greenish today, though. They're here to get some water, I think. They've gone down to the water's edge, but I just want to see if I can see any more insects. 3 species in one go. I'm over the moon. It's just drinking at the water. Oh, it's flown away now.
No, I couldn't see them there.
We did have another butterfly earlier, but it flew away. We did have a broad-bordered grass yellow, but it's gone, so I can't include that. But I think I'm going to sit here just a tad longer. I've been missing my insects, and I need to get back into them. Megan, so beautiful. Very difficult to get on camera. They're quite flighty birds, if that makes sense. But we did it. We got blue waxbills. I just don't know. It's just so busy every time I come past here. We're right in Philemon's Dip. There's always lots to see. Which is why we're just going to maximize it for a little while. Catherine, eagle-eyed cat. Yes, definitely. I did not see that butterfly. I remember I used to spend the whole drive, 3 hours, just looking. Well, it's 4 hours now, but 3 hours back then just doing insects. But it's just definitely not the season for that. But I can still get back into it. I have to start up an insect garden soon. It's a big challenge coming my way. Cultivate a garden that's going to bring specific species. It's exciting though. A lot of research. You're going to have to really understand what plants to grow, what insects you're going to bring, what colors, scents. It's going to be quite the task, but I'm very excited about it. Oh, you did it! My amazing cameraman did it. Thank you. Tree squirrel. Okay, 4 species in one segment. Thank you, Kat. We saw them earlier, but they disappeared. Not bad. A dragonfly, a butterfly, a bird, and a mammal. Pretty impressive. How did he even see that? I don't know. Okay, this is definitely the place to be for the afternoon. If the mammals are hiding from you, at least you've got the insects. I'm determined to get another few butterflies on. But I think it's going to require a little bit of patience, but that's okay. Patience we have. Time we have. So on that note, we're just going to sit and wait, but I believe Liam has already made it to a pool party.
Superb. Well, perhaps not so much of a pool party anymore. I think these bulls may have almost finished up, but we may still be in luck with a little bit of splashing. We're at Ndlovu Dam in the heart of the Pridelands Conservancy. This is actually the waterhole that our little camp is built on. It's just off to the left. it's a pretty awesome place to be based. Yeah, obviously being a permanent source of water, this just attracts wildlife year-round. And we are blessed with hundreds of ellies coming through here through the day, through the night, and of course everything else. Buffalo, lions, wild dogs, all sorts of things. There's also a little bird there on the water. Not quite sure from here what it is. I might have to look with binoculars. Some little water bird just to the left of that, that dead tree. It looks like a little grebe. Yeah, I think it's a little grebe. Perhaps immature. Doesn't really have the normal little grebe colours. But yeah, doing some diving in search of small fish, crustaceans, and perhaps even the odd clawed frog, platana, of which we have plenty. Very, very nice. Apologies there, I'm hearing from our mission control that we may have had a little bit of picture break up there. Not quite sure what that was about, what caused that. Oh, and some terrapins coming into view in the back there, very, very nice. Again, serrated hinged terrapins. They have that name because the sort of back of their carapace, the back of the upper part of the shell, is serrated, and the lower part of the back of the shell, the plastron, has kind of a door at the back that closes, being the hinge.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
We're just stopping to watch some impala of wildebeest across the road. We do already have them on our list, but it's always nice to see them. I especially like the way impala look against the red sands of Madikwe. I feel like the red really works for them. And there's no doubt that with the dryness and with the wind that picks up all of this fine red sand, it gets deposited onto their bodies as well. Maybe that just makes them appear a little bit more bright, and yes, I think so too. It brings out their colors. Nadine says in their eyes. I'm not sure about their eyes, Nadine. The eyes are pretty black, but definitely the top bit of their coat. Oh, there's a really nice smell here. Like moisture. And I must say, moisture is not something we smell very often here at Madikwe. Our gnu, busy chomping away. Now it's been following some impalas and solitary bulls or territorial wildebeest bulls often do that. They hang out with other impala, they hang out with zebra, basically any other plains game that they can, but not other wildebeest, at least not when they're territorial. I feel quite sorry for the grazers and the browsers here at this time of year, at least, when everything's so dry, but they make the best of it. And it's in environments like this that you really can appreciate the digestive systems of herbivores, whether they're hindgut fermenters or ruminants. It works for them. It's so complex in order for them to get as much as they can out of even dry. And off he's gone behind the tree. Well, we can keep on moving on, and while we do that, let me remind you that we are live and interactive. Right now I am sitting in Madikwe Game Reserve, and this whole experience is coming to you live. That also means that it is unscripted, which is the fun, right? We get animals just in the moment as they're doing what they do on a casual Monday afternoon. Just having a bit of a look around. So earlier when I thought that I could hear something crunching, it was some elephants, but they were a little bit further up. Anyway, we're going to keep on going. Maybe we'll get the elephants a little bit close, and I'm going to send you over to Cedric in the meantime.
Thank you, Trish. Alright, so my plans have changed a little bit here. The line tracks now came all the way from Treehouse Dam, over Philemon's Cut Line, over this road now. Zoe's heading in a westerly direction. We're in Mendoza, but Mendoza Road is a little bit hard at certain sections. But I'm just going to go and take a look a little bit more on the western side here, just to see if we can locate this Pride of Lions. It might be for the Nkumas, because it seems like they did come from that area where Lauren left them last night, Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam, and they came down this side. So I'm just going to make a little bit of a loop around, and might actually just do one of the main roads, our western boundary, called Triple M North, and we'll try that one just to cancel. Always the big thing is just to cancel out those things, if just to cancel out that the lines haven't crossed over. If they have crossed over into Arathusa, and then it's pointless continue tracking around this area. But it's fine. We're also looking for other little things. I did see a squirrel or two. I'm looking for a fork-tailed drongo. We've had a few of them, but unfortunately none of them has stayed behind to actually be put on screen. So I'll just still try and see if we can get some animals on the list, on top of looking for some substantial sightings. Let's look. Maybe we see emerald spotted wood dove. Foal. Yes, well, foal. I'm hoping that they're still on Juma. That's the big thing. That's why I'm going to go that side, just to double check on the main western boundary there, just to cancel that out. But yeah, let's take a look. But I'm also looking, as I said, I'm still looking for other stuff. Always. Sometimes my focus gets, sometimes I just get kind of drawn away to, focus on to one animal and to rather track that down. But it's fine. Let's see. So I'm just quickly looking here. Yeah. So there is a female leopard that's moving up and down here still. This we've got a beautiful tracks heading down on Mondoza. I'm sure it's for Shadulu. This is her territory. This is her territory. Has been back and forth. So she's been still in and out. I haven't really had much other updates on her. I think the guys are struggling to locate her every single time. Okay, let's look down here. Maybe we get a fork-tailed drongo here. Mandy, always fingers crossed, always. Thanks, Mandy. Sometimes we also get a lilac-breasted roller here. I'll try again for the lilac-breasted roller. I know we get one in this area. Just to find it. It is another story. You know, that is Murphy's Law. As soon as you're looking for that specific animal or bird, whatever it is, it's never around. Then all of a sudden you're not looking for it, it's all over the show. Ay. Alright. Ooh, what's that on the ground? Oh, we got a Birchall starling. I already got Birchall starlings. So I just saw a Birchall starling on the ground there. I already got that on my list. Alright, now we... Ooh, okay, wait, I'm just going to quickly jump out here. Unfortunately, for conservation wise, we don't like to drive around a fallen over tree because then you're creating two tracks all over the show. So we always try and move them. Alright, alright, a nice big tree or elephant is used to block the road. Do I get some points for this, Nadine? Anyway, let's go over to Lauren.
I am just in my element. Honestly, I'm just having the best time. Some of you will have already seen this, but we are looking at a Lucia widow. Very similar to the Portia widow, but not. One of my favorites, one of my absolute favorites to see out here. And I could almost fool myself into believing that it's summer. It's not. And I won't think it is in a few hours' time, but I can almost force myself. And I just wanted to show you guys, some of you will know this, but some of you might not, just a real visual key on how to tell the difference between damsels and dragons. A lot of people ask, and it's up here. Just trying not to get any shadow on it. You can see the difference there. Really, dragonflies are much slender. They can be just as long, but they're very slim. They have equal shaped wings, so forewing and the hind wing are normally the same shape and size. And if you're able to see the eyes are normally separated. They don't join together on the middle. Now, if you look at the dragonfly, normally the forewing and the hind wings are different shapes and sizes. It's far more robust. It's got a much bigger body. They're chunky, very often shorter. And if you look at the eyes, they're huge, bulbous, but they also meet in the middle. So if you're ever unsure at what you're looking at, try to just look at those characteristics. I mean, they both belong to Odonata. They're both part of the same family, just like butterflies and moths. But if you just look long enough and hard enough, you will see that they have different features. And this one here just happens to be one of my favorites. I'm so glad we're getting to see it. Got a really short body, short and fat body. Rock Candy Susie, you're so welcome. We've actually just been discussing that on the vehicle, how much we love dragonflies. They are remarkable animals. When you really learn about the biology and the anatomy and the adaptations of dragonflies, it'll blow your mind. The species diversity is really high in this area as well. We've done well on the dragonflies, 2 dragonflies, red veined dropwing. But butterflies we're not doing so well on. We're just taking it easy. Sometimes you have to just sit and wait until the animals come to you. And so far it's working for us. But there are lots of butterflies around right now. The species diversity is very high for winter. Okay, not as high as it is in summer, obviously, but I wonder whether we're having a little bit of a false spring. It's very odd.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
So yeah, I think that's about all I can tell you about those feathers. I keep hoping this butterfly is going to surface, but no. Yeah, it's quite a pretty butterfly. I'm a bit of an amateur lepidopterist, so quite keen on butterflies and moths. But not exactly the easiest time of year to find them. Summer months are best, when there's lots of flowers and things for them to feed on. A bit of blue-green algae blooming of Ndlovu Dam. It's not the greatest stuff. It's an indication of kind of stagnant water filled with animal droppings. So if you were a human stuck out in the bush, this would probably not be the best place to have a bit of a drink. It's not going to make the animals sick, but it definitely would put me on my back. And of course, there goes my guinea fowl butterfly. But he's gone the other way. But yeah, there he is. Well, BK's got him there, but he's super difficult to see. Very, very well framed up. Turns around, it'll be clearer, but you can see those white spots on the tops of his wings there. This is called a guinea fowl butterfly. Hey. Yeah, one of the very few butterflies that can survive the dry season in Pridelands. No, not playing the game, but BK got him really nicely, at least briefly there. A guinea fowl butterfly. Patience pays off. Now I'm going to find some hand sanitizer so that I don't die from guinea fowl germs. So excuse some rustling. Alrighty, while I clean the dead guinea fowl off my hands, let's check in with Ralph to see what he's up to.
Yes, indeedy. Well, we've managed to come down to a waterhole that is in the thickets, and we found ourselves some yellow-billed ducks. So another one for the list. We're just sitting and trying to see if there's any other birds that are going to come into the area. I can hear lots of birds, but I can't see them. I can hear somber greenbill, I can hear southern boo-boo, I can hear greater double-collared sunbird, and I can also hear a ringneck or turtle dove. But we'll have to see them before we can count them. You can hear the somber greenbill just off to our left. But they're a very tough bird to spot in the thickets. They're always in the thick brush. It's so difficult to spot them. But you hear them very clearly, and they, as the name suggests, a somber greenbill. They look like a bulbul, but they've got a green color and they blend in very well camouflaged in these bushes. A nice little group of yellow-billed ducks. There you can hear the Cape turtle dove, the ringneck dove. But they're making us work for it. Nobody is willing to show themselves with this very, very cold weather. I think this is probably the coldest I've ever felt it in the Eastern Cape. What about you, Morgan? Have you been colder than this here in these parts?
In Hogsback, definitely.
Hogsback, sure, but you know, that generally snows every year as well.
This is pretty up there for Amakala.
Yeah, no, I must say, it's extremely cold. So hopefully this is the last cold front that we have this winter, and from here it starts warming up. It's about 4 or 5 weeks and we should be getting into much warmer weather, and the likes of this waterhole then would have a lot more activity. I think the animals aren't really that worried about going down to water right now. There's lots of standing water everywhere, so the places where we usually see quite big concentrations of birds and insects, etc., it's very quiet now. but regardless, still a nice little sighting and another animal on the list. I'm continuously looking around to see if we're not having a chance at some others, but I'm not seeing anything.
Leaving Jordan by 50 meters, loading blue 1.
Sorry about the radio. We do just have to keep the radio on in case we're going to bump somebody else's sighting and then get ourselves into trouble. Anyway, we're going to try and stay out of trouble and find some more species. I think we might wait here a little bit. And while we wait, off you go to Trishala.
We are adding to ours. We have a very, very relaxed warthog. He's been very accommodating. I've always found that male warthogs seem to have a lot more, confidence compared to females, and I think it makes sense when you think about the fact that females, more often than not, are protecting offspring, whereas the males are trying to show just how big and strong they are. A lot more. We actually get a great view of its tusks. Yes, hello. And look at those bottom ones, like daggers poking out of the mouth. You want to come closer? There's just the sound of an airplane overhead, but also a pied crow that's busy shouting. Look at how chilled he is. Oh, that was quite loud. It flew right overhead of us. Now those big tusks are very much for show. The ones at the bottom are the ones that really cause the damage. Dark mane lover, you say this warthog is beautiful. Yes, he is. So chilled, haven't seen his tail lift up once. Usually when they scurry away or they're alarmed, that tail goes straight up. But not once was he alarmed by our presence. Very good warthog, very good indeed. Let's move forward a little bit, see if we can catch his behind. Sticking up, actually. So chilled. You are so chilled. Love a chilled warthog. As he munches away, you can actually see how he's using that very tough muzzle, the front of his face and the nose, using it to push aside the ground, to push aside anything he doesn't want to eat. He's down on his wrists. Now, warthogs don't have very long necks, so they have to accommodate for that by being able to get down closer to the ground because, their long necks can't reach it, especially if they want to get very close to investigate something. This male also has some really impressive warts. Look at the one at the side of the eye there. Almost looks like a snail with its little antennae with the eye at the end. But it's not a snail. It's just a wart on a warthog. Anyway, let me send you over to Liam with something just as cute, if not cuter.
Thanks there, Trish. I also like a warthog. None of that nonsense about them being ugly. So we are sat staring at a fairly inanimate looking termite mound. But as we pulled around the corner, we watched a couple of little dwarf mongoose bolt into these holes. as I turned around to look at the camera, my seat back slipped and crunched all the way backwards. So I think they may have got a fright. But if we give them a minute, with some luck, these little guys will come out. Yeah, the dwarf mongoose is our smallest mongoose species. Highly sociable little things. And they often use bolt holes like this to keep themselves safe as they cross through open areas. Maybe while we wait for those mongoose to surface, we can look at those Natal, little family of Natal sperm chicks a little bit further back. Now the chicks already starting to look pretty much exactly like the adults. The mom or the dad is the one on the right, and the left. Already fully feathered. Incredibly, they can fly from something like 3 weeks of age. A little mongoose head poking out, but he's very, very shy. Yeah, these are not habituated dwarf mongoose. They don't trust us at all. But fair enough, I guess. There's got a few more. Businesses or groups of these dwarf mongoose can number 20 or 30. Though I haven't seen so many of them like that.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So, very cool. Even the birds are not really calling anymore. Still a somber green bull calling off to our right. There was one on our left, but they are the tricky ones, as I said earlier. Not easy to spot at all. David Wilthing, yes, I should go in that water. I can hear there's I think it's a squawko, a little frog. I don't know if it's called a squawko, but it's a very croaky little call. He was calling earlier. But the water is so cold now, I don't see any terrapins. There was one little frog call, but I think even he's not really bothering too much. It's too cold. So tough times for us and the wildlife. Shame. At least we don't have to stay out here all night in the elements. We get to go home with a roof over our heads, out of the wind completely. So, as always, when we're in these kind of situations, you just got to feel or act or think like an animal. Where would you go when it's like this? And so that's what we've been doing, but still not very easy. Clouds moving through again. We have had a splattering of rain as well. So this system is fully upon us. And I'm sure there might be some more rain coming, but I think the major part of it has gone. But it's not going to be warming up anytime soon. So the animals are probably going to get used to it and will have to just carry on their daily activity. G in the UK. Thanks for joining us, and absolutely holding thumbs that we'll find a genet. We're just waiting for that sun to head towards the horizon, and then we're going into the areas that we think we may be able to find them. The bat-eared foxes, the odd wolves, and possibly even brown hyena. There's that little frog call again. He's off on the other side somewhere. But to find him, if I go down there, he'll go silent, and then I'll be sloshing around in the mud for nothing. I can hear which direction it is, but as I say, once you get close to them, then they go quiet and almost impossible to find. In that area there. Just have a look with my binos and see if I can't spot him, but not easy. Lutu, as they say here in isiXhosa, nothing. Rolo, Morgan has got his long pants on today, so then that just shows you, he's just like Cedric. Yesterday he had his shorts on and I thought he was absolutely insane, but today he's got his longs on, so he did feel it and he's feeling it now. I've got about 7 layers. I've got 2 layers of pants with long johns on and I'm still cold. So, but Morgan has longs. That's the cold barometer out here in the bush. Certain folk wearing shorts, and when they change to longs, then you know. Linda Poley, so good to hear that you're on board with us again, and I'm glad that you like my voice. My wife would say differently, but I'm glad that other people appreciate it. I don't think we're going to have much more luck here. You can see these duckies are also pretty cold. They've gotten out of the water now and just trying to bury their heads inside their feathers and keep warm. That's the name of the game today. Keep warm and stay alive. You hear the wind as it comes through these thickets. It sort of whistles. And with the amount of wind, the clouds are really shifting through here as well. Seem to be building a bit. Earlier it was open clear, clear, clear. And as the afternoon's gone on, there's more and more clouds. So you see the sun coming and going. There's all sorts happening on the surface of the water. I don't know if it's these little pond skater insects or if there are fish moving around just below the surface of the water. Can't quite work it out. This is a shallow little pond. The elephants often come and drink here when it's very hot, which it isn't today. So we're not expecting them to arrive anytime soon. And being here in the Cape Floral Kingdom and diversity of plant species, incredible. So, and as always, just a reminder to everybody that this is a live and interactive experience, so we'd love for you to jump on board the largest and greatest game drive in the world. Send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. There's that frog again. But he's hiding somewhere in the grass there, just next to the waterhole. Where is he? I'm straining my eyes with my binoculars, trying to spot him, but alas. Nada. Rien, as they say in French. Rien de tout. Okie dokes. I think that's it for us at this little waterhole. It's time to shift along. And you're going to shift along to Lauren.
Well, we just had to come to the hyena den. I think we're doing pretty well on the species board. So we thought we'll take a break and come to visit our spotted friends. Usual scenario, Junebug just eating every single piece of vegetation that he can, and Antima sleeping. It's pretty standard now. At least Junebug's not alone anymore. And Antima, when are you going to bring your little ones out? When? It's any day now, I'm sure of it. Now, I got asked a question yesterday about the sort of parental investment of the males. And Michael actually very kindly sent me something. Oh, quickly over to Cedric.
Well, we just got a null monitor, but we had two and they were busy fighting at the base of this tree. I don't know where the other one's gone now. It looks like it went a little bit further, or it went into the water. But now the second one, this other one's decided to, of course, climb this tree. But it was quite a wrestling match. They were having each other. It looks like they were kind of competing for something there. But wow, wow, wow. How nice is this? How beautiful these null monitors. And they can become quite ferocious. No, come back, the other one. Maybe I think the other one was a little bit smaller. I think this one just overpowered the smaller one there. Of course, they don't want to have any competition in the area. But look at that, it's amazing how they can actually climb these trees. Very sharp nails. Oh, I think he's just rubbing his head a bit. Maybe he had a bit of maybe a bite on the face. You can see it's just climbing up now. Feeling sorry, holding on for dear life. But I'm going to now monitor on my list, so I'm going to put this one down. because now it just wants to warm up. Typical now, pretty much sitting on the western side of this tree trunk. Perfect, because now of course the sun is busy setting here in the west. So now it's just heating its body up once again. Peter, well, it could be various situations for the fighting. It could also be a female that might be around here as well. That's, of course, these two males are fighting for. So that's also a big possibility. But it's also food, you know, that sometimes you'll find if it's a small little water hole or pan like that, they don't want like 3 or 4 Nile monitors around that little pan, because then you can see that it is going to be a little bit of a problem. So they'd rather keep it for themselves. So yes, I think that's a lot to do with food. I'm just trying to look where that other one went now. Unless it's gone back into that thicket just below the tree, because that's where we found them. No. Grab my binoculars. Just want to double check on something here. No, can't see there. Alright, we can also go take a look at that Egyptian geese. The Egyptian geese I do not have on my list. Yeah, they're behind, they're coming out there. There's one for the list.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
I'm not 100% sure. Excuse me, got a little bit of a cold. But there's one like kind of in the bushes right in front of the vehicle. And I think that might be the alpha male in this troop. But when I first saw him, he was, oh, hello baby. He was very obvious, very big. I know it's not the most pleasant view in the world, right through that gap there. I think that was him. But hopefully we'll be able to get us a better view in a little bit. It's also a little bit of a dodgy area because it's so hilly and a bit of a valley. It can be a little bit difficult for us to come to you, so I don't want to move too much in case you lose us. But we'll try in a little bit.
You're back with the cutest hyena cub on the planet. Yes, I'm very biased. I just wanted to wrap up what I was saying earlier. So I got asked by someone, I'm so sorry, I can't remember who, about do the males know that they're the fathers and vice versa? Do the cubs know which male is their father? And I said no. Turns out I was totally wrong. And I'm going to read this from a paper. I'll tell you which paper in a minute. So male hyenas do not participate at all in parental care. But one study found that sires identified by genetic analysis, so they know that they are the father through DNA, actually associated more closely with their daughters than with unrelated control females. Bless me. I just added that for effect. In addition, it was found that the cubs actually favoured their fathers by directing less intense aggression at them than unrelated males. So cubs of both sexes, male and female, associate more closely with their fathers than with control males after they become independent at the communal den. So obviously when they're June bugs age, it's all just about mom. Everything is mom, 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 because mom is providing the delicious milk. So this study proves that fathers can recognize their offspring and that offspring can recognize their fathers. So that's kin recognition right there, and that's really fascinating. So I gave the completely wrong answer. I do apologize about that. And I just want to read out the paper for you. It is by Kay Holcamp, one of the leading spotted hyena researchers in the world, and it is called Social Intelligence in the Spotted Hyena. It's from 2007, so that's a long time ago. I am very out of date. But there you go, there is kin recognition. How? Well, that's what I don't have the answer to. But many of you asked me the other day, how do you know that Junebug's a boy? And I said I would explain. So I just want to bring up a diagram, and it is a very graphic diagram. But here we go. Yes, it's very graphic. But anyway, if you look at the top part, you'll see that on the left is the penis. It's obviously the male. And then on the right is the pseudopenis, the female. And if you just look at the end part, the sort of tip, you will see that the males have a real triangular tip. Triangular and glandular. If you look at the female, it's more sort of square, if you like, or rounded. And that's the main feature of identification that we actually use. It's very tough. And you can see why we do get it wrong. We really do get it wrong because it's very, very similar. And if you do look at the sort of undercarriage of a male and female, they also look different. Because one is real testicles and one is sort of a pseudo scrotum, if you like. So although I know this is really bizarre, but it is their anatomy, and that is what we're using to tell. So when people say, how do you know if Junebug's a boy or a girl? Well, we don't really know, but it's between those top two images that we're actually looking at. Is there a triangular tip or is it more blunt? And that's it. And that's why we get it wrong, everyone. But when you do look at little Junebug, you do normally see a very triangular tip because it's a real penis. And will have the appropriate glands. The female pseudopenis does not produce sperm. It's in no means a penis. It just looks like one. And that's why we call it the pseudopenis. So that's why the general consensus is that Junebug is a boy. But obviously we've called all of June's offspring Junebug, so I can see why it would be quite confusing for some. But he is just too cute. June produces good-looking offspring. Oh! Good looking, maybe not so much intelligent, huh? Baby hyena, Junebug time is your favorite. Well, you're getting plenty of it. I visit every single drive. But all of a sudden the den has become quite popular. We're getting standbys every single day. So I don't know how long we'll be able to stay here for, but one of these times we're going to come. And Tima's going to let us in on our little secret. While Junebug just does what Junebug does. Oh, wait till it's a bone that comes back one day, Junebug. You are going to be ecstatic. But right now he just has to deal with sticks. See those teeth? Oh! Really sharp. Especially for the suckling phase. My goodness, I often wonder how painful that is for mamas. Andre, you're asking how old is Junebug now, and you are 10 years old. Junebug is about 3 months. Around about 3 months old. So he's sort of gone past that phase of being completely stuck to the den. He's now very mobile, walking about, bounding about, falling. He's very interested in everyone and everything that comes to the den. So he's at that perfect age, and he's also at the age where we'll start to see his spot pattern slowly starting to come out. If you look at his neck, you'll see that all of those hairs are really getting lighter. It's getting blonder. And then you'll be able to identify him by his spot pattern. But he'll be at the den for a few months yet. He'll become the big uncle to the cubs inside. You know, I want there to be 2 inside, but for some reason my gut's telling me it's just 1. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Junebug, are you purposely trying to be the cutest little thing? Elka, you love his eyes. I love everything about him, especially his paws. He's got really big paws. When you actually look at them when he's sitting up, they just look completely out of proportion to his body. Mr. Big Paws. Are we going to fall asleep now? Eating sticks is exhausting work. And then if we take a look at Intima, she is just absolutely pooped. She is in such deep sleep. I honestly think when we turn on our engine, she's gonna... Oh, no. Okay, maybe she's not in a deep sleep, but she's absolutely pooped. Looks like she's smiling. Probably happy to be a mama again. Okay, we'll try and stay here a little bit longer if no one else arrives. But for now, over to Ralph.
So we've got ourselves a common species of bird that you would have just seen before it flew off. That is indeed a ringneck dove, or the old Cape turtle dove. It's not the only species we have here. That's one to tick off. The other one is the South African shell duck in the water. And you'll see, if you look closely at them, it's quite predominant, or prominent, should I say. The male's got a grey head, and the female, the white head, with a bit of grey blotching. There, you see it quite brightly now that she's picked her head up out of the water. So nice 2 species to tick off. And they're in the family Anatidae. There's some more birds that are coming down. What are those little guys? And there's some more doves that have arrived. This is turning out to be quite productive. What is that? Is that that yellow bird? We need to identify that. What is that? On exactly where the dove was. Small little yellow bird. Eh? Yes. In that little sort of bay. There he goes. Oh, Morgan, did you miss it? It might have been a canary. There's two of them now flying off. You've got to be quicker on the draw, Morgan. Come, but. But lovely sighting of these shell duck. You can see the male's a little bit bigger than the female as well. And they've got quite a honk to them. Honk, honk, honk. They don't really sound like a duck at all. Oh, there, where they're going now. What are those on the opposite bank? Those are... It's not wagtails, no. Just behind where the shell ducks are. They're just foraging on the bank there. Right there, in the same frame. Those are little waders. I'm going to have to get my book out. I'm not exactly sure. But we've got to identify it. If any of the viewers, you see that, if you can take a screenshot for, then it's easy to identify if they fly off, if they move. I'm going to have to look in the waders. Pull out my bird book. It might take me a little bit of time to find it. Those small little waders. They're not a settler. They do look like kind of plovers. Very grey, with a bit of a white breast on them. I would say either a plover or a sandpiper, but they seem a bit big for a sandpiper. Maybe a stint of sorts. Joy in Hong Kong, you pretty close, I think. Sandpiper or a stint. You know, we are very close to the coast here, so you can have all sorts of vagrant shorebirds that can pull in here. They're not necessarily resident. White-rumped sandpiper, you know, these things come in and out. It's quite difficult to tell with this quite grey drab colour. Let's look at the bill, if we can get a close look at it. Are they still there? It's one of the sandpipers, but sure, they're small and they're quite far. Right, so I've got a little bit of homework to do here, but it is another species, so it was quite a nice productive little stop here. 3 species in all, but we'll have to confirm exactly what that third species is. Give me a chance to do that. Off you go to Trish.
This little baboon family is so sweet. There's tiny little babies as well, busy playing in the middle of the road. So we're on a bit of a main road at the moment. And these guys are kind of foraging along these slopes. And off they go again, back to the top. Look at these 2 babies fighting. So sweet. I was not able to see the alpha again, because he is big, very big, and his face is very fluffy. So he's easy to pick out, but I suspect that he's moving possibly at the top or actually on this little copy or this rock formation. A lot of the times the alpha will kind of scout out areas. So you know when we hear alarm calls and we're able to see that there's a baboon perched at the top of the tree and we can see it alarm calling, very often that will be the alpha as he's looking out for his troop, you know. I also heard them crunching quite a bit, to the point where it kind of sounded like they were crunching on some bone, which is not surprising. I've seen them take small mammals before, so maybe a Dussie had some bad luck today.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Hello, my name is Maurice. I am from Perth in Western Australia.
Hello, I'm Stéphane. As you can hear, I am French and I'm doing the 35 days online course.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and in order to do that, I saw that Eco Training Friedlands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year.
So the 35 days course, it basically starts with theory online, 3 sessions a week. Very enjoyable. We went really deep into it. Very holistic as well. Really enjoyed it. It goes from insects to stars to obviously your mammals and your birds. I liked the 2 components. It just got me really well prepared before I got here.
Despite my accents and my misunderstandings, everyone has been very helpful and comprehensive to help me to understand everything.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting out on your journey towards becoming a conservationist, our digital courses offer a flexible and accessible way to deepen your knowledge and understanding of the natural world. So why wait? Sign up for an Eco Training digital course today Start your journey towards a more sustainable and connected future today.
Well, I do not have oxpeckers on my list, red-billed oxpeckers. So you can just see on the hippo's head, there's 2 oxpeckers, just using the hippo's head as a platform, so they can of course drink some water and off they go. Now they are gone. So there, another one to my list. I've got a hippo on my list, and oh, there's a blacksmith lapwing down there next to the Egyptian geese. So I'm going to point here, somewhere on the bank. So to the right, go right. I think we're going to get it now. There. It's just coming to frame. There it is. Yeah, blacksmith lapwing. That's another one I haven't got on my list. Can you? I love blacksmith lapwings. As you can see, this one is just running along the shore and just looking for all little water insects. It's just gone behind the dead log now. I think my plan. Oh, we got a grey lurry. Isn't it a grey lurry there up there? It is. Straight ahead of us. That big marula. Beautiful go away bird. Grey go away. Go away! Go away! But he mustn't go away. He needs to stay there. Yeah, we've got 3. That is fantastic. Just sitting here. You jot down 3 on our list. Wonderful. Of course, a go-away bird. If it does see something that he doesn't like around this area, he'll go away! Telling all the animals, better get away. There's a predator close by. All right, let's go to Ralph to see what's happening with his bird.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of birding luck here for a change. We've now got a southern ant-eating chat, which are quite prevalent around or in these plains. They like to stay in this grassy areas, and this one looks to be hunting for ants. They go for any kind of little insects, termites, etc., but it's slim pickings at this time of the year. So that's another one for the list. And going back to that unidentified bird at the time next to the water, and picky, you are 100% correct. It was Cape wagtails. I didn't see any wag in the tail, and I thought that the tail was shorter than it was. I had a double check at them, looked for quite a long time, and I saw their behavior very typical of the Cape wagtails and the wagtails in general, as well as having that black band on the chest. So that is now confirmed. And I've got a tiny little bird here just foraging in the grass. He's right here, Morgan. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. This one we might struggle to identify. He seemed to have yellowy orange legs. It's a tiny little bird, and he's foraging in the grass. He's going to pop out soon, I'm pretty sure. Can you see it? There he comes. He's just jumping around there. I don't know what he's up to. Looks like he was flicking something out. He's trying to find some insects. There he's wiping his bill now. What colour is that bill? It's like the size of a canary. Tiny little bird. Now, I'm going to need some help with this one. Give us a call, little one, and then I'll know much easier what you are. He's busy there in the little puddles. I wonder if there's maybe some larvae of dragonflies and the likes. Like I say, the insectivorous birds at this time of the year, they find it quite difficult because there's not too many insects around. Carol, yeah, well, slow start, but we're picking up a bit of momentum. You see there's bands on the back, little black bands. So I'm not looking in the book just yet. This one I'm going to have to find out which species it is. Nothing comes to mind immediately, and I'm just trying to form a mental picture of this little bird, and then if he disappears, then at least I can go back, look in the book and see which one it is. He's rather busy. Sound. And this is also the area where we would normally see the Cape longclaw as well, but seems like they hide from this weather as well. So it's always good when we find something that we don't see very often. And this is one of those. Put my head in the way. No. See, he's got very bright orange legs. Tiny, he's like a prinia. Maybe it's a Karoo prinia. Could be. That kind of very straight, narrow tail. Orange legs. A little bit of facial markings, sort of stripes coming down towards the bill. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, if he's feeding or looking for building material. Now, I'm going to try and find him with my binos. Where is he? See, quite black markings with white tips. Is it something like a nediki? There's a little black band under his chin. And it does look like he's feeding. He's found something there that he ate. There's very bright orange legs, I think, are going to be distinguishing factors. I must say that my identifying skills are not the best at visual identifying. It takes me quite a while. I need to always refer back to the book. Calls are my forte with birds, but when they're silent and they're little brown jobs like this, I always need to go back to the books. There he comes out in the open. Very pretty now with him out in the open in the sun. Looks like that's the last we're going to see of him. Off he goes. Now, are there any other birds around? Because that one I spotted just by sitting here. I can also hear a frog calling now, another one. Different to the one earlier. Sounds like it's coming from the puddles on the road. Interesting. I've never seen this little bird running around in the grass here. Right, so what we're going to do from here is I'm going to just have a look in the book and see if I can identify that little bird with those identifying features.
Chatting around the fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
So our mission here at WildEarth is to connect the world with nature. And if you'd like to help us in our quest, you can go onto the WildEarth web and click donate. We would be forever grateful, and you'll really have a big part in helping us spread the word. I'm spreading my eyesight now and trying to just scan the plains here for anything else. Another species. We need to catch up with Lauren. We are going to. She doesn't know it yet, but we're coming. A couple of nocturnal species tonight, and then tomorrow I think we're going to hit our straps and go into sixth gear, hey? What do you reckon, Morgan? Sixth gear, not fourth. We're a hybrid vehicle now. Sounds right. I'm not sure if you guys can see off in the distance, those southern anteating chats are flying up and down. There seems to be quite a few of them around. Oh, I just heard a Cape Longclaw. Let me see if I can spot him. Somewhere off on our left, but it can be hidden in the grass. When they do call though, they like to sit on top of a little bush. And they've got a little cat-like meow. Meow. I can hear a southern boo-boo calling off towards the thickets. We won't be able to find him from here. But this Cape Longclaw has potential. I have to look with my binos. Striking bird, quite similar colour to the Bokmakitties. Very different call though. We've got our little chap back on the road. Yes. I think it might be something like a Nediki. So Steve, there's a couple of very prevalent birds here, mostly common. Hardy-daw, ibis, of course, our favourite South African bird, should be the national bird. The pied crow, of course, we hear them squawking quite a lot. The most prominent or the most common of the predatory birds, I would say, is a jackal buzzard. We saw one earlier, but he got blown off in the direction of the wind, and we didn't see him after we saw him for a second or two. And obviously guinea fowl, there's lots of them around as well. Egyptian geese, the doves, especially the ring-necked dove, quite common, but also the red-eyed dove. Those are probably the main. Also the Cape Glossy starling. Jeepers, we saw some flocks of them earlier. And we can hear hardy-daws now. On the one day when you want to see a hardy-daw, we haven't. We can hear them mocking us off in the distance. But we can't see them. There's even a few songs that have been made from the call of the hardy-daw. Remixes. Very entertaining. Not so when they're on your roof and you're trying to sleep. Or have a telephone call. I still can't see this Cape Longclaw. I haven't seen or heard him again. Goodness. Should we drive up the road a little bit, Morgan? Let's take a slow drive and see what else we can spot. So hang on, folks. Might get a little bit bumpy. We need a Cape Longclaw. What was that? I'm sorry if I sniff every now and then. With it being so cold and windy, it does make the nose run. Normally full up with Cape Longclaws here. Not today. There's a little southern anteating chat on the road. I think that's the one that was off in the distance, flying up and down. A very typical display. Another little bird, tiny little bird. The same that we saw earlier. Jeepers. Now, if you can find him in there, it's like trying to find a little mouse. No, he's gone. Too small. Won't be able to find him. Disappeared in the grass. You may see from my layers. I've lost count how many layers I do have. That's how cold it is. The aloes. That's where. And some cover up in the thickets. That's where the sunbirds will be. Now that we're heading to the darkness, I think you give us a chance to try and find some of these beautiful little sunbirds. And off we go to Trishala.
We have found a little pile of elephant poop. Lots and lots goes on. There's so much of activity around piles like this. And now we have a Cape glossy starling and a squirrel having a good go, looking out for all those leftovers. Now often, especially in the summertime, they've got to contend with all those beetles, dung beetles and other invertebrates. Well, especially the dung beetles are a really obvious one, and they're the ones that are rolling the dung away from the site. But the small invertebrates, they're still going to be in there. Tiny little insects, maybe ants, termites. And that's what these two are after right now. But also little leftover seeds. Oh, that squirrel's really getting into it. Elephants are hindgut fermenters, so they're not ruminants. Ruminants are those animals that have four-chambered stomachs, and they go through a process of partial digestion and then regurgitating cud and then a secondary digestion. And so they really, really can get a lot out of the vegetation that they eat. Hindgut fermenters, not so much. But hindgut fermenters can eat quite a lot. So if you're a ruminant, you can only eat a certain amount. And then you've got to start chewing your cud to process everything. So, Suki, yes, that is a squirrel. Squirrel and a Cape glossy starling. Hello, squirrel. You look like you're about to jump into this vehicle. I feel a little intimidated. That's just the front of the vehicle that you're seeing there. It's very close. I mean, did it really just run that like 15 meters just to get to this front of this vehicle? You are very cute. But you are winning the staring contest. It's just gone off to the side. No, don't come. Goodness, it almost looked like it was going to take me from from the side here. Very intimidated. No. The moon has risen on that end. But it's very, very, very faint. Oh, we can't even see it properly. But our starling's still there. The Cape Glossy variety. Hi, Tony. You say that you love seeing animals in their natural habitat. It's so awesome. I know, it is lovely just to see them as they are, as they would be. Doing the things that they do. Now we were talking about the digestive processes of hindgut fermenters, like elephants, compared to those of ruminants, like impalas. Now hindgut fermenters, because they don't fill up their chamber, they ruminate and then regurgitate and chew their cud. Hindgut fermenters have a lot more space, so they eat quickly, or they can eat a lot and continue to eat because they're also continuously defecating. But what comes out the other end is quite rough. It's not fine and paste-like or very tight pellets like you would see in ruminants. Instead, you get these kind of loose balls that are very fibrous because of that inefficient digestion of hindgut fermenters. But the advantage, of course, is that you're able to continuously eat. You don't have to stop and wait for you to ruminate. And the benefit of hindgut fermenters to those other animals, like the starling and the squirrel, is that those partially digested seeds and fruits and pips, like with marullas, all of those get a little softened and they're easier to pick out. So a meal for the elephant, after it comes out the other end, becomes a meal for smaller animals.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Now, how's this for a little bit of colour in excess in all of this dry, fairly drab, monotone vegetation? So this spectacular plant that I'm stood next to is an impala lily. It's known by a couple of different names, sort of up across Africa and into sort of Saudi Arabia. Some people call it a desert rose. I've heard it referred to as a Sabi star because of those lovely sort of star-shaped flowers, so you can understand that. But locally we call it the impala lily. Adenium multiflorum is the scientific name, and it's got to be one of my favorite plants. I love these impala lilies. They produce a beautiful double seed pod full of these sort of fluffy airborne seeds late in the dry season. So after these flowers have been pollinated by dozens of bees, butterflies, little midges, that sort of thing, they form these wonderful seed pods. When those dry out, they split, and the wind carries the seeds far and wide. Hopefully they get trapped in a little crevice in the rock somewhere, and the following year a little impala lily seedling will grow. I actually grow them in my garden at home once a year, every year, and have done for probably 10 years now. A really, really, really cool plant. This too, I would estimate to be realistically maybe 100 years old. And it's really, really difficult to see in the rocks. But it's like a baobab tree. It's probably double the thickness that I am. I'm being asked to apologize for some picture breakup. Perhaps we've got a slight signal issue where we are. Ella, thanks very much for your question. That's a really, really good one. That's teasing my brain a little bit. I would say it's probably not this, even though this is super bright and vivid, lovely shades of red and pink and white. I think the most colourful flower that we've got is something called a ruby gnidea, G-N-I-D-E-A. So that's worth a Google if you want to check. It's a little cluster of blossoms, little tiny florets, and they come in like red, orange, yellow, all together. Really, really stunning. But yeah, anyway, back to this impala lily. These trees are quite heavily browsed by our antelope, despite being seriously, seriously toxic. Certain African tribes will even smash up the roots and use them as fish poison. Certainly picking a leaf and licking the drop of sap that comes off of it would almost certainly make you sick. It's a seriously nasty, nasty poison, but a beautiful plant. Really, really nice. The impala or the desert rose. And they're peppered all the way up here through the rocks. It's the only place Sidelands concession that I've seen them growing in these numbers. Again, I reckon this thing must be about 100 years old. Seriously. Yeah, I'm going to make my way down here, try not to fall down. We're also on a little bit of an elephant path that goes down to a waterhole, so I don't want to spend too much time here. But yeah, I definitely wanted to stop and show you a little splash of colour. Not something we see too much of in this dry environment. Cool. Well, as I make my way back down to the vehicle, let's check in with Ralph, who I believe is on a bumble.
So, everybody, I'm on a mission here. I saw some mouse birds. I know we've already got red mouse birds, but I'm not sure if these are red-faced mouse birds or if they are speckled. So I'm just listening. Because the speckled will do like a little tweet, 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 tweet. That's their kind of call, whereas the red-faced mouse birds do more of a tweet, tweet, tweet. Now they're not making any noise. All right, well, we'll continue on and just see if we can spot any birds here. We're on our way slowly through to the Northern Territories because Everywhere else seems to be a little bit quiet, and our goal is to obviously for the nocturnal animals, aardvark, genet, bat-eared fox, aardwolf. Those are the animals we're going looking for tonight. Now I've seen these mouse birds put in over here again. I think it might be red-faced, but I just want to double check, because if it's speckled, I think they might have flown off. I'll go right here, hey? I think they've flown off, unfortunately. Maybe they've come this side. Morgan spotted here. We're heading to the area that's... Oh, there's a kudu, is what you maybe saw, Morgan, disappearing behind us. No? Right. So, I must also add that the male lion, he's around here somewhere because he's been pursuing those cheetah. We got his tracks in this area this morning, but we don't know where he is. This area and the blocks is very thick, so unless he's out in the open or near to the road, it's difficult to find him. But he might get mobile at this time of the day. It's lovely and cool, perfect weather for lions to be active, so we never know. You might feel the wind, not quite like us, because it's freezing. So Brian, obviously very exhilarating to be tracking predators, leopards in particular, but also lions. Hello. What tracks are those? That's not lion tracks. No, I think it's kudu tracks, probably that female that we just saw. I love birding as well, obviously, but I'd have to say out on foot tracking predators, always top notch. It's exhilarating, it gets the heart rate going, especially when you know that you're getting closer to the animal and you start hearing alarm calls from birds up ahead, monkeys, you know, making a noise or whatever. Look there, we have a duiker. We had a duiker. Yeah, and they're very quick to dive through the bush, as the name suggests. And that's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us much time to put the camera on him. So you can see the substrate here, much different to what it's like on the eastern side of the reserve, and almost the only area that you can actually track animals is on this side, because that side, now you'd be able to track animals a little bit because the roads are wet, so the footprints go into the clay mud and they'll stay there until the next rains. But here, obviously, nice soft substrate, we can actually track animals here. So when the lions do come into this area, it's actually... Oh, I'm going to stick on that road. Much easier to find them, although they go then into these thick blocks. Makes it difficult once again. So we hope to see this lion along the road here somewhere. Come around the bend and he's standing in front of us. Hopefully that'll be ideal. We could also expect to see the likes of a Cape Grysbok. I'm just talking in the sense of less seen animals. I think there might even be the Sharp's Grysbok here. So whenever you see a small animal like a duiker, you've got to be sure here, because if they're not that sort of grey colour, they're more orangey colour, then it could be a number of different species. So we're going to carry on our way. Who knows, maybe we'll find that male lion. But in the meantime, I wonder what Cedric's found.
Okay, look what we have. We've got a herd of buffalo that's making its way to Djuma. So we are on the northern boundary and here at Baobab Dam, and we've got a nice herd of buffalo slowly making their way south. And it'll be wonderful to hear these Cape buffaloes coming on to Djuma for tonight, and hoping bringing some lions with. I see a young male that's in frame at the moment. That's feeding on some nice lush grass that's around the dam area. As you know, buffaloes are grazers. Lovely one to ticky off on my list. Well, some of the buffalo oxpeckers will take some ticky off the buffaloes. It'll be nice to find there's one at the back there. There is a buffalo oxpeckers on those ones. Let's see if we can get some yellow bull. Let's see if we can. It'll be fantastic if we can get a yellow bull, yeah? No, there's a red bull. There's all youngsters, all the young ones. But it'll be fantastic if we can get a yellow bull oxpecker. Because usually you'll find the yellow bull oxpeckers coming through with buffaloes. But which way are they going? It looks like some of them are moving a little bit further back, like east, more east into the thickets here. Come south. Linda Poli, yes, they are beautiful and just the perfect sunlight. Oh, well, that's not pretty, but anyway. Well done, Dodie. It's beautiful. But yes, Linda Poli, lovely sunlight. That one is half wet, half dry. Nice young male that's eating around here. I can't see, not a bad one, nice big male. I can see some of the mud, very dry mud that's situated on his back and on his rump area. Sometimes they will roll in mud just to kind of use it as a sunscreen and also to remove parasites. Oh, they might come here already. A lot of watla here next to me. No, not there. Oh, there's one there. But next to me, there's like watla.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
even if we just get a little glimpse. Here we go, there's an ear. That's the cub. Go on, puff your head up. I think there is only one. And what this means is now we're starting to see the ears. It's going to become a common occurrence. Come on, maybe we can get more than just an ear. Or possibly we've run back inside the den. I don't know if that's our view for today. Possibly little Junebug is walking towards the den, so maybe he will stimulate the cub to move. Linda Foley, woohoo indeed, wasn't the best view, but it's definitely the view of a cub. We might get some action here. It is just such a deep den. And if I turn my engine on now, I'm probably going to scare it. Junebug's not scared, but a little one would be. But all in all, this is great news. This is what we've been waiting for. Cindy D. Oh, I wish we'd seen a little bit more, but we're getting there. It's a process. I think there is only one. I'm convinced of it now. I think Junebug's investigating. Betty, hyenas have twin litters, so they have two at one time. I think there has been a record somewhere of a hyena having 3 cubs, but that's highly, highly unusual. They do give birth to twin litters. But of course, not all of them survive. Well, that was a lot of excitement, but we got an ear. Definitely gonna get to see his little face before I go. 10 more days for sure. We've seen you enough, Junebug. I think when Intima's here, especially when she's feeding, that's when we're really going to get to see the little one, when Mom is there for safety in the entrance. But I think that's better than nothing. So for now, back to Cedric and the buffalo.
Nice, Lauren. You got to see Intima's cubs. Yeah. Wonderful. Looks so cute. Right, well, we're still sitting here with the Cape Buffalo. They're still moving east. Away from Baobab Dam. Nice female in frame. Beautiful horns, not as big as a male's, but it is quite nice and wide. Come to Juma. I'm trying to use my inside voice here for these buffaloes. They need to come on, Juma. So of course, talking about buffaloes and of course lions following them. So we did follow up on those lion tracks this afternoon. It seems like those lions went into Arathusa this morning. So they went west out of Juma. Maybe tomorrow morning we'll be lucky. Especially if these buffaloes decide to come on the property, then we might have some exciting times. Oxpecker feeding on a tick. On a tick, alright. Well, we had the Red Bull this afternoon, but it wasn't feeding on a tick, it was just relaxing on a hippo's head. Shreyas, we can try. It is the only problem now, it's getting to that time of the day where the oxpeckers are pretty much calling it quits for the day. The sun is setting. I think maybe these oxpeckers might end up leaving these buffaloes and start heading off to their nesting sites. Because I'm struggling to really see any oxpeckers on these buffaloes now. They're still going straight east, just north of our boundary. So what they'll do, they'll still feed for the last few, and then they'll try and settle down somewhere. Standing by. Sorry, I just want to quickly get hold of this guy, just in case it's an update. No, not that I've heard. Okay, copy. Where is that lock? Alright, copy. I'm here at Gowrie Gate at Baobab Dam. Can I come and join you? Alright, sounds like Tortoise Pan has come on. Nadine, we might lose signal here, but sounds like Tortoise Pan, the male leopard, has come on to Juma. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Attention all nature enthusiasts and budding safari rangers. Get ready for an epic showdown in the wild. From July 30th to August 1st, witness our skilled rangers competing head-to-head, racing to identify the most animal species. Only one will be crowned king or queen of the ranger race. Don't miss your chance to be part of this thrilling adventure. Jump on board and join the race.
Heart is pumping right now.
Cool. Well, I think it might be time to start bumbling on. See if we can come across anything a little bit further down the road. Yeah, let's get potting. It's amazing how much grass is still growing up in this section. We don't get up here very often. Signal isn't usually great, but if it hangs on like this, it'd be worth making some turns here more regularly. Lots of food for herbivores. I'm not 100% sure what this road is called or where exactly it leads, but that's part of the magic of sort of exploring a new area. I'm being asked to go stationary. I presume signal is not great. I think BK sees a nice sunset. Oh, that is very nice. Well done there, BK. Yeah, we knew the signal wasn't wonderful up here. It was bound to give out eventually. Cool. Well, I think Cedric might have some good news for us, so let's go and check in with him.
Yes. So the guys just gave us information on a tortoise pan, the male leopard coming over. Yay! How beautiful. I'm going to have a tick for a leopard. So this, of course, one of our dominant males in Juma. Of course, he only really controls about a quarter Juma. The rest is very much another male called Mowati, but he's on our western area. So, I am so happy. This is like one of my ultimate males. He's still very young. I think he's now six years old. And he is quite a beast. He reminds me a lot of Mvula. Alright, let's go. Let's go. You ready? Let's try. We'll get up there. Oh, whoop, whoop. Yeah. The leopard drought has finally leopard lover, yes, finally a leopard, eh? Alright, let's try not to lose him. That's the main thing, eh, leopard lover? Can imagine losing him here. I think I'll even drive through the Grand Canyon to keep this leopard for now. As after oh, here he comes. Alright, I'm going to just stop just here. He's coming on towards Impala Road now. I think he's going to walk straight up that road, eh? Odie. Going to get a nice walk by. I'm going to miss this walk by now. Alright. Let's go, Odie. Let's go. He's going to come. I'm thinking he's going to stick to Impala Road. So he might. Like, as I say, it reminds me a lot of one of the males that we used to have in the area called Mvula. Sorry. Alright. Is that the road? Alright, let's go around this way. Yeah. I do apologize about some picture breakup. That's range, but yeah, let's see. Odie, we're going to try and get through just to get past him, and then he's going to come straight up. Yeah, that's true. Alright, I'm going to turn around here. Nadine, we are going to have a wonderful walk by. Just going to sit like this, eh? Just like that. Now you're going to see this beautiful male leopard's going to come around. This beautiful male is going to come around this corner for us very shortly. Here he comes. He's going to scent mark most probably against this quarry bush. Let's see. Yep. David Wild Thing, yes, TP success. Can you believe following his tracks all the time, coming up and down on Zoe's road and on this road, and now finally we get to see this stunner of a male. Look at him. Wow. My heart just stopped right there. Yes, yes, yes. And you go big as well. You can see the neck compared to a female, much larger, at least twice the size of a female. So big dewlap, thick neck, big body, very muscular. Alright, I know he's going to walk down there, but let's see if we can. He's going to go towards Sandy Patch and we're going to get a nice walk by there again. Oh, he's definitely just showing us some class for the afternoon. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, I don't want to get into those people's pictures. That's the last thing. Oh no, we go like too close behind and then like. Yeah, Nadine, you said that I'll get 10 points on the leopard find for the afternoon. That's what you said. Thank you. 10 points. Ding. Thanks, Nadine. No, you can't change. Nadine, you can't change the rules now. Can't change the rules. All right, let's see if we can get around this side. Nadine's like, oh, just watch out, lady. I don't want you to fall off the vehicle, yeah? You gotta hold on, yeah, Odie. It's the only way through. It's the only way through. Only way through. Oh, he's cutting in, eh? No, it's not. Alright, so we're gonna get a nice walk by here. I think what I'm gonna try and do is, what do you think I must do? I just want to see, yeah, let's go, yeah. Right. Like that, eh? Alright. Here's one vehicle, yeah, I do apologize, but that's nice for the people as well. I'm sure they're enjoying the sighting. Picky, yes, very nice to see TP again, Picky. Very nice. I'm going to quickly try and stay out of the way there. I mean, I can't remember when we saw him last. Quite some time. So, Picky, yes, definitely wonderful. All right, so he's coming straight. He's heading straight north. I think he's going straight towards Vuyatela Access, our access road. And he might cut across again, because he did come from the west. He might just go head a little bit further north and then start heading a little bit back east and come down again. Alright, let's just wait for the other vehicle to position themselves, and then we will try and get onto this clearing for now. Alright. But I don't know if he's going to try and push further north, especially that Tavangumi is not here anymore. So Tavangumi, the other male leopard, used to have this area further up here. But now Tavangumi is not around anymore. Is TP going to try and expand his territory? we never know. I've seen it before when males start getting a little bit older, more experienced, they tend to try and expand their area, and yeah, it's always about spreading the genes. Alright, let's see which way is he going now. No, he's changed direction. Oh, he's changed direction, Odie. Don't want to lose him, yeah. Nah. Alright, well, I think he's just gone into the thickets here. Alright, let's see if we can get a spot here. No, he's gone. Let's go in here. Looks like he's cut across. He's cut across here. I think he's there somewhere here. Somewhere in here. Ha! It's amazing how leopards can just disappear. But he's here somewhere. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. In front. Yoo-wee! Alright, let's see if we can get through here. It's going to be a little bit of a mission, but let's see. I just want to see his direction. There he goes. Alright, so I'm going to go around. Oh! Oh, that was clearly I did not do the any elegant move there, Steve, but yeah, power and elegant in one. Alright, he's coming this way. Let's turn. I do apologize. Oh, Eddie. Watch. I don't want. He's going to come straight. Yeah, now. Here he comes. Here he comes. Beautiful. And one of the most powerful cats, pound for pound, you can imagine. These leopards, when they do make a kill, most times they will take those kills up into a tree and they'll hoist them out of reaches of other predators like hyenas from stealing their kill. I mean, and they can take easy, double their weight up, and you can just see the power, those shoulders, the neck. Oh, beautiful. Oh, rolling trap. I'm even taking screenshots with my own head here. Okay, he's gone behind us now. Alright. Let's see. We have to try and reposition here. That's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. So this is something that we always really look out for. And I've been tracking leopards for the last 4 or 5 days, and finally we can get a view of a leopard, and especially such a stunning specimen of a leopard. And it is one of my favorites, if not my favorite. It's just the size. And yes, now we just need to find the Queen Columba. I fully agree. We must get some updates on her. Let's see what I can. He's going back west again.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Amakhala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
ready to bundu bash here. Alright, Nadine, yeah, we'll have to try and relocate here very shortly. This is going to get very hairy for Odie and myself. I know it should be already past. It should be somewhere, unless he's already... Oh yeah, right in there. Alright, he's still in front of us. But yeah, if he goes north now, it's... Bye-bye.
At least our spot drought is over. Cedric now has leopard on his list. Wowzers. Now, I look back at the footage. We didn't get the cub live, I'm afraid. There's definitely a little cub there, one. But we did not get it live. Those ears that we did see, I'm afraid, were Intima's. Indabele was also at the den. It happened at the same time as Cedric found Tortoise Pan, so it was just chaos. We didn't get to show you, but Indabele was at the den. She's still bleeding from that wound in her left leg, but the ears that we did see were Intima's, big grey ones. We didn't quite get the cub, but we will. What it means is that it's moving. It's showing its little head ever so slightly. So trust me, I'm going to be there every single day, and we will get views eventually. But that wasn't it today. Yeah, the tricky time of night begins. We might get other spots. I would quite like a leopard on my list. I don't even know the scoreboard. I don't even know how well everyone's doing. I think Cedric upped the ante today. The Juma teams are at loggerheads. Lola, I did try. We raced there and we just didn't quite get it quick enough. But that's okay, we will. That's what it means, we will. And I'm very excited about it. And it was nice to see Indabele at the den as well. Other adults are visiting. Other adults are aware that Intima has cubs and that there's new additions to the Juma clan. But we will keep trying. This is a time of night where I can't see with my own eyes. The headlights are not really working. Spotlight doesn't really work. It's not quite dark enough. So it becomes very tricky to find animals. But nice to know that TP is gracing us with his presence. Oh, okay, we're gonna try and find some species in the dark, but I believe Ralph is already doing that.
Absolutely, Lauren. No rest for the wicked. We're not going to take this lying down. We've now got mountain zebra. And that's the Cape Mountain zebra, the smallest of all the zebra species. It is a little bit of a distance away from us, and it's getting dark as well. But they're very skittish. They don't like us getting anywhere near them. So I tried my best to get a bit closer, but then they ran off, and at least there's one nicely exposed. And you can see it with those very typical long ears that stand almost straight up. They're very hardy species, are these mountain zebra, but I'm sure they'll also be feeling the cold right now. Hopefully, as we head here into the Northern Territories, we're going to bump into the likes of Aardwolf, brown hyena, aardvark, genet, and who knows what else. Anyway, that's a lovely sighting of them. There's another one that's just moving through in the background. There's about 4 of them there, I think, but they have given us the slip a little bit. But at least we can see them now. So not too bad for today species-wise, but the show isn't over. Not just yet. And the sun has now completely set. There's a little bit of orange left in the sky, but not much to speak of. A little bit of changing colours there. I don't know if you want to have a look at that, Morgan, or if you want to stick on the zebra who, yeah, as I say, light is diminishing. Rolling Trouble, hello zebra, and hello to you, Rolling Trouble. Thank you for your comment. Always lovely to hear from you, and nice to have you on board with us. Where we're going to be going looking for these aardwolfs, there's a few particular sites that they have been spotted, and also where I've seen where they do get into the termite mounds and feed. And they sort of sustainably harvest the termite mounds. They don't eat too much out of one termite mound, otherwise the termites would then potentially move off, or it could even cause the colony to become extinct. So the aardwolfs are very clever in the way that they just feed a little bit on each termite mound, and they've got areas that I've found that they are feeding regularly. So we're going to go and look in those spots and see if any of them are out and about. Here is when it's easier to see them because they come out earlier in the evening. In summer, it will be a lot later as it cools down that they'll come out. But in winter, this time they can even be out now. So it would be great if we can spot a few. That wind is still very strong and it's still very cold. And you can see with the particular behavior of these mountain zebra, they really don't relax with human presence. Catherine, big shout out to the rangers, doing amazing work. Yeah, well, as we say, we aren't working as rangers currently. We're sort of naturalists and guides, as Liam's been describing the difference between rangers and guides. I'm qualified as both, but I use more of my guiding skills currently, not too much in the management and looking after the wildlife per se. Yes, we do assist in the management, or but we pass on the messages of any animals that need assistance, or if there's any snares, or if there's any breaks in the fence, etc., and assist where we can. But we don't really fall in the category in this current position as a ranger. We're more out on foot in the field, driving around game counts, fence patrols, wildlife management, whether it's in private reserves or national parks. But fulfilling really almost thankless work, the guys that are out in the field doing anti-poaching and looking after the wildlife. Fantastic services that the rangers perform.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Standing by, standing by. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a guy on the radio. It's calling me for this man.
Anything else happening on Juma?
Oh, no, negative. Just that Slummy Nyari was up there at it's in his damn area, and that's about it. Sorry, I've just live. Well, so I'm just letting the guy know that there was buffaloes a little bit further north of us. Always just help each other out on the radio, so get some updates, and that's exactly how we got to Tortoise Pan, is because of that friendly young gentleman that called us in. Kimberly, leopards are very much solitary, Kimberly. Solitary cats. The only time you really see more than one leopard together is if it's a female with her cubs, and of course she'll travel with her cubs, or if it's a male and female that's busy copulating. So that's when you'll see more than one together. But other than that, very solitary cats. I mean, like one of your only cats that's really got a structure of a family social structure is your lions. Oh, Andrew, standing by.
Now I copy you better, but so you were saying that my daughter was heading towards WildEarth Dam there.
But yeah. Baobab Dam, that's correct. He was heading straight northwest between Sandy Patch and that Skabenga 2 track that's on the eastern side of Triple M.
Okay, good, thanks. Yeah, we'll check it out then.
Of course, that's Andrew. I'm sure a lot of you remembered Andrew back in the days if you were watching WildEarth many years ago. He's just asking for a update on Tortoise Pan. But the temperatures also dropped, but it is very chilly now. But let's see if we can get him here. Maybe he'll shoot back again to this road to Voyatilla access, or he might have just continued going along this drainage line. But isn't he a beaut? He is so stunning, Tortoise Pan. As I said, I haven't seen him for a few months, so it's so good to see him again. But yeah, well, we're going to continue searching for this male leopard. Let's head over to Lauren as she's doing some searching of her own.
I'm actually looking for a nightjar and not a leopard. I would love a leopard, but my goodness. I'm actually looking for a nightjar or any other sort of nocturnal animal. If you drive slow enough and you just look in every thick bush, that's when you see little birds hunkered down for the night. Or potentially even chameleons. But they're going to be right in a thick bush trying to keep warm. But normally there are nightjars on the road, so that's what I'm looking for, to add that to my species list. I've seen a lot of species over the past few drives. I loved doing insects today though, I really did. I really did enjoy the insecting. Kelly, no I don't. She's got a cub called Indabelly's cub. We need to sort that out. I would like to try and sort that out soon. So no, I don't. The cub's not old enough for Indabelly to go and have another litter. She was just at the den because it's a communal den, probably sussing everything out. But that wound on her back left is still open and it's still bleeding. I saw it the other day, but there was blood coming out of it today. She'll be fine. Hyenas are incredibly resilient, but it is still bleeding. It still looks quite sore. So no, I don't think she's got any cubs in that den. I think it's just June and Intima for now. Although we got food today, we will get there. Maybe when the ranger race is over, we can just spend hours. Jane, you're excited for some nighttime critters. Well, we'll do our best. Nighttime is very challenging, especially in winter. So we shall do our best. I see tracks for the white-tailed mongoose every single time I'm running around quarantine. So it's there. It's running around itself. We just never see it. But Jane, from the US, I will do my very best to try and at least find some nighttime animals for you. Even if it's not a leopard. But don't forget, everyone, this is still live and still interactive. And it's the perfect time to ask your questions because, well, we're just bumbling. And we can really talk about anything you like. So if you do have any questions, head over to the website, register, and then ask away. This is the perfect time of night to get us chatting. We're not really focusing on tracking anymore. You'd have to be expert level to do that. We're just bumbling and see what we can come across. Clearly not the nightjar I was hoping for. And Cedric said it's a little bit cold. That's not true. It's a big cold. It's got really cold really quickly. I've got quite photosensitive eyes, and I often find just shining a spotlight it's quite a lot sometimes on the eye. Paul, I would have to check how many we get here. Let me check. I have the Roberts Bird app. It will tell me exactly how many species we get in southern Africa. My fingers are really cold. Okay, in southern Africa, we get the European nightjar, we get the fiery-necked nightjar, which is what I was looking for. We get the square-tailed nightjar, which I have actually not seen. The freckled nightjar, the swamp nightjar, and the pennant-winged nightjar. So there you go. 6 species in southern Africa. I'll change my mind, sorry. I'm gonna go this way. I have not seen all of those, so I think I have only seen... The fiery-necked we see the most here. And we hear it as well. It's got a beautiful call. Normally you see them sitting on the roads. Come on, one more species for the list before today is over. Stuck in bed. Yay, you're watching. Thank you, thank you. I need some warmth. We've had some really pleasant days where it's just really not felt like winter, and I think we all got used to it. Took it for granted, to say the least. And then woke up this morning and whew, this cold front has just hit us again. But I'm not complaining. At least it's not raining like when I first arrived. I arrived to rain. Oh, it was such a terrible start. But it's only cold. And that we can handle. Okay, this is my last road. I'm going to check for some nighttime animals. Or some daytime animals in the night. One or the other. Many of you are hoping for an owl. We had a barred owlet this morning. But as for whether we can find you one tonight, well, I hope so. It's been a bit quiet on the owl front. But I'll do my best. I look in every tree. And then, of course, we're listening as well. Owls can really give themselves away from their calls. They're very vocal at night. So I shall do my best. As many of you know, I love owls. And let's see what we can find.
Are you yearning for a private virtual WildEarth safari adventure with our naturalists and crew? We have got you covered. Sign up to be an explorer before the 15th of August and you could win a private safari experience. Make lifelong wildlife memories with either Steve
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
or Cedric. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
And it's, yeah, so like I say, when it comes to, when I go out on a game drive with my guests, we are going to go out on a safari. Because to me, when we're going to go out on a little cruise with friends around, maybe then you say I'll go on a little bumble with friends, but with guests I would always say safari. Let's see, maybe we get a genet while we're looking for this leopard. Maybe an owl will pop out here some here for us as well. I don't know. Let's look. Alright, I'm going to give that one a skip. Unfortunately, that male leopard has given us a slip, but it was very thick. Echigumi, is it too late for bush babies? No, it's not too late for bush babies. They'll still come out now. So Echigumi, I've seen bush babies this time of the year. But it is going to be a little bit cold for them. So I think they would time their how can I say, moment of leaving their little homes and going out to go and forage around. Oh, I see tracks here. On top of my vehicle tracks. I know it's wildebeest. Wildebeest. So yes, it'll be nice. I did go try and take a look again where we used to get those little bush babies coming out there on Buffelshoek Dam. Not Buffelshoek Dam, Buffelshoek cut line. Oh, we got some. Whatever. Spotted thickneys. I haven't got spotted thickneys on my list. And unfortunately, we haven't seen those bush babies for the last, maybe like the last month and a half. But here's some nice spotted thickneys. So I had water thickneys on my list, but not the spotted thickney. Of course, spotted thickney much larger. Oh, there we go. That's it. Scratch. Off it goes. Of course, on the belly area, I got more little kind of spots. Hence the name spotted thickney. Of course, they are nocturnal, so just like the water thickneys, the spotted thickneys, they will come out at night and do their foraging at night time. Stuck in bed, you're most welcome. Trust me, I'm so stoked myself. I think Odie and myself were busy fist punching here after that sighting, because we were very stoked to see some spots again for this afternoon. And now we've got more spots. So it's a spotted thickney. From one spot to the other spot. He is moving from one spot to the other spot. Alright, looks like he's heading a little bit further. Oh, what do you hear that crashing here? Was it me or was it... Oh, was it you? Oh. Sorry, I heard some rustling next to me here. I thought there was some sort of mammal that was approaching us. Looks like these little spotted thickneys are... Oh, that's a crowned lapwing.
Oh, we just had a crowned lapwing.
I do. Yeah, that was a crowned lapwing. So, yeah. Sorry, Nadine, go with the comms again, please. All right, let's head over to Ralph.
So I think Cedric just found a scrub here, briefly, and, well, we've also found one. I can't see it very clearly now. I hope you can see it. It's a Cape scrub hare, and the first of our nocturnal species. So that's another one on our species list. We're in the area where we know there's quite a few aardwolf that move around, and all of these termite mounds, like that one that's just behind where the scrub hare is, these aardwolf, there he is, see his eyes now, his head just lifted up, and they feed and burrow in all of, there's a lot of termite mounds around here, so perfect spot for them. And obviously as we're driving like this with a spotlight just shining around, it's quite easy to spot things because you get the eyes reflecting back. This guy is becoming a little bit mobile. What's he doing? There may be a second one there. A little bit of a way off, but still there. I think there is a second one to the left. I'm not going to move the torch off the one because we don't want to lose where he is. I'm not sure if there is a second one, but definitely one at least. And of course we do know scrub hare, they graze, they feed on grass, but they have quite a good efficiency on, they pass their food through a few times, so they'll feed on their own dung. And then eventually, when you come across the dung that has been passed through a few times, and then it's dried out in the sun, it turns almost white. The more fresher of them stay quite a shade of green, and then as it's been passed through a few more times, which isn't a very nice thought, but great efficiency on the scrub hare's part. Feeding on the same food a few times. And the wind is still coming through. It's getting icy cold now. Starting to lose feeling in my hand. So we're going to continue on the Art Wolf, brown hyena and Art Fark hunt. While you give us an opportunity as we leave this little chap. And the next on our species list, I wonder if Lauren's got another tick.
We've come across our green spider again. And I'm just trying, the other night I thought it was a green lynx spider, but now that I'm looking closely, what I'm trying to determine is the length of those front two legs, so the front two forelegs, in comparison to the back ones, because the body shape and the head shape actually looks like it could be the green crab spider. But in infrared it's actually really difficult to tell. But now that I'm getting a better look at it, Owen and I had it the other night and it was hanging upside down on the leaf and we couldn't see the full body shape, so I assumed it was a green lynx spider because we can see that it's bright green. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, maybe this is the green crab spider. Spiders have completely different anatomy from your classic six-legged insect. And I wonder if any of you could identify it for me. You can see the abdomen here. In an insect, you have the head, the thorax, and the abdomen. 3 different segments. In a spider, you have 2. So you have the abdomen, and then you have the cephalothorax. And to me, it looks like it could be the green crab spider. If any of you can identify it, please do let me know. Those front two legs look absolutely massive, especially in comparison. I'm just looking it up here. Yeah, I think it's the green crab spider. Yeah, that body shape, absolutely. There are different types of crab spiders, and of course you get the flower crab spider as well. But excellent! Okay, now I've got to find a scrub here. And then that'll be me adding 2 very unique, well, scrub hair's not so unique, but Jackie darling, you're asking my favourite insect and why? My goodness. I don't think I have one single favourite insect, to be honest with you. I absolutely adore butterflies. I know people probably think, oh, butterflies. But when you really learn about them, they are remarkable. I love the species diversity of butterflies. I adore dragonflies, I think all of you know that, and damselflies, Odonata, Lepidoptera. Love grasshoppers. This area here, quarantine, is full of grasshoppers in summer. Praying mantises. Oh. They're definitely in my top 3. So I don't have one single insect species that's my favorite. I only have sort of maybe groups that I love, and maybe it is the butterflies, the dragonflies, and the mantises. But in summer it's like insect paradise out here, even just this area. If you just walk really slowly, you'll see the most remarkable insects. It's a really tough one because of course the insect kingdom is so diverse and huge, and my goodness, there are some insect species we don't even know about yet. I love beetles, bees, wasps. Oh my goodness, there are so many. So I don't think I'm able to answer that one, Jackie darling, I'm afraid. I don't have a nightjar. Are you gonna land? Please land. Oh, scrub hairs. Okay, I've got scrub hairs at 1 o'clock. The nightjar didn't land, but I have got some scrub hairs for the list. There we go. You just saw that eye shine. I promise you that's a scrub hair. Hello, you. Okay. Don't think I've ever been excited to see a scrub hair before, but you are now on my list. A spider and a scrub hair. Not bad. And if only we could get that nightjar to land. Nightjar eyes are huge. You can't miss that reflection, and it's very red. So that's my mission now, is to hopefully get us a nightjar.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee, and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Our search for nocturnal animals continues. There's quite a lot of clouds around. However, the moon, which is just about full, is out. So there's going to be a little bit of light around. Good. Hopefully the clouds stay away. We've had enough rain for the next while. Checking all these milkwood thickets and common guarries, also in the crowberries. Just seeing that's the spots where we'll see the likes of genet in the trees themselves. Whereas looking out in the plains for the aardwolf and the brown hyenas.
Okay. Now just come over to the open clearing here just south of our camp. Just to have the last little bit of a scan. See what's happening here across this open areas. I always like to come and end off here. Because sometimes, especially at night time, you get those little white-tailed mongoose, get some genets running across the open area. So it's always nice just to come and take a look right at the end if we are lucky with one of those stunning nocturnal critters. But wow. I am so happy about that tortoise band. Dela, any news on Marips? Well, I know Lauren was waiting for Marips. She actually was waiting on the boundary. Not, when was it? 3 days ago? 2 days ago. 3 days ago. 2 days ago. But yeah, on Buffelshoek boundary on the northern side. So he's been around. He is still around. It seems like he's making himself very comfortable on the northern side. So yes, no, it is perfect for that young boy. I think he's maybe timing it right to get into a certain area where there is no other male that's hanging around there. Let's see what plays out. I guess only time will tell. For now, it'll be still nice just to see him again, as always. You know, everyone loves that young male leopard. Carol K, you most welcome. Thank you so much for joining us on our sunset safari, Carol K. I'm hoping that you join us again tomorrow morning. And I think tomorrow morning is going to be quite chilly. Apparently they did say that the front is hitting tonight, so let's take a look. But it has been a wonderful day. It's been brilliant with the ranger race. I think Lauren is way ahead with animal count, on the animal count or the species count with the ranger race. It is time to catch up to Lauren tomorrow morning. So let's take a look. Maybe we go and search for more animals tomorrow morning, some exciting things. And I'm just very happy to get a leopard tonight. That's my big one. I think I got like about 40 points on that one. 40, Odie? Especially that's just tortoise span. 50 points, okay, for 50 points. But yeah, no, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks so much for your comments and your questions today. We do appreciate it so much, but please make sure that you do join us again tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari. Have a wonderful evening from the WildEarth team. Good night.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.